Alright. How's it going? Everybody. That reminds me, I have to make some gems. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm heading on over to work with these gems, huh? Well. I don't really want to play the Banana Man song. I'm sorry. Okay, so. First step. Ooh, yay! We are in charge. Yes! We're in charge of Everfall. Oh boy. How dare you? How dare you?
It's been bestowed upon me.
How dare you?
I'm blessed.
How dare you?
I dare, sir. I dare indeed.
Alright. So now that I'm here, let's go work with these gems. I'll pull out all of my stuff along with the jewel crafter set. Yep. Get the stuff done. Right here. And the solvent. And the solvent. Alright, I'm currently up to a lot of money. Now it's time to identify bottlenecks. I guess the first thing well, let's grab some water. $3,000. Oh, Monarch's Bluff. The rent is due. Oh. Okay. Anyways, still trying to figure out certain things. And Earthshell Turtle. Oh no, Earthshell Turtle. Here we go with a right now, baby. Here we go right now. Encumbered booster. Oh yeah, that's good enough. I made 10. Here I go again. Right now. Here we go. Like sound. Yeah. And a bit more. Oh yeah. Some of this, some of that, some of this, and just like this. welcome back to The Rest of Your Life, starring me. That one guy that does something. Sometimes. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Alright, that's about right. Okay. And that's about okay. We're dropping low. The baggy sweatpants and the Reeboks with the straps. Got the Reeboks with the straps. Okay, here we go now. Don't you know right now? Time to go. And don't you know? Like so. Down the rabbit hole. Like a rich guy should. Alright, I'm working with some gems. Right across the street. That's why I like this spot, because the gems are side by side. I think the shirt is worth the most. I have to go check the woodworker and miner outfits. Really quick. Let me just do this really quick before I forget. Really, really quick. Because I have to figure out which one I have to make. The shirt is 3,000. Goodness. The cap is 249. The glove is 4.4 thousand. The shoes. The gloves. I'm gonna make a glove and shirt. Or I'll make 2 gloves. I didn't check the miner outfit though. How many do I have? 1. I'm gonna say it's a chest. So weird. Everything you craft is so low level. So low level. Ugh, that's not that bad though. That's not bad. What's up with this stuff? High level flim-flam. So in theory, I can upgrade this after I craft it? Maybe? No, I probably can't. Why do you say the gear score? Why do you see the gear score in the title? And why is it relatively okay? I can craft it. Oh, I should craft it. It's worth so much prismatic material, but it's gonna be... It's not good. Why are you existing in my life? And then a 3rd perk chance. I'll think about it. I have to understand if I can upgrade this thing and then modify it in the future. I'm not asking you punks out there. Hey there, Allison. Just scolding people. The violin of crafting shall flim the flam again. I can make another one of these. So before I do any of this, I want to make sure that I have all of the trophies online. I'm almost there. And I want to wear the armor set, okay, before I craft anything there. I wonder how Grok is doing. Piece of garbage. Stupid Grok. So what I'm doing is, I would like to carry a collection of high-level gems with me at all times, okay? And I would like to primarily use the bow and spear combo. I really enjoy the speed and flow of it all. That's gotta be careful. Alright. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure some of the furniture of the furniture is worth a lot of money. I've been getting new furniture plans, and it looks really nice. And I'm thinking that's just not nice for me. It's nice for other people. Okay, but I'll be doing that once I'm in a surplus of materials. Right now, I'm sort of processing everything. You know what I mean? And additionally, everybody, whenever it's time for me to actually level up my furniture working past the current point, what you want to do whenever you level up things is to craft something the first time. There's a first crafting bonus for things, and if you've unlocked a new furniture plan from a raid or something like that, you know, the first time you craft it is worth way more XP. So you have to craft it eventually, at least once, whether or not it's for you. Alright, now I'm going to push forward this thing again on this other side. Ugh. Yes, some furniture is worth a lot of money. As the item that you get as a drop, because of the peacocking score, people really want their houses seen. You know, it's like addictive to raise the score as high as possible by getting the highest quality items, which is why people are currently farming for the goldfish bowl. I'm pretty sure from the Imperial Palace, people are farming for that thing in particular just to raise their score. And somebody else mentioned some teapot set that's worth a lot of money, you know. And earlier I got something really nice. I got well, I don't know. It's like I think it's nice, but I'm going to keep it for myself. Now, I was saying earlier in the stream, a cool part about the furniture is that you can sell used furniture. You know? It's not bind on use. So you can use something for a bit and then sell it. You know what I mean? Or just have a bunch of stuff in your house in preparation for sale. You know? Or even use your house as a showcase. Say, visit my house in Everfall, and you'll see the items I have for sale in the trading post. Examples of everything available for sale. Check it out. And you have a copy of these statues and everything, like it's a galleria. Because there's some really good statues and stuff like that, and you can make those and sell them. Like the marble statues and stuff like that. Some pretty cool stuff. But I'm not... Right now, I'm trying to process my materials right now and get certain stockpiles and get my matrices online and get stockpiles of those and get really comfortable with the process to see how quickly I can restore the loss, and then move forward with building up additional stockpiles and then processing from there. You know? Okay. Right. We're still moving forward. There's a bunch of fish stuff for the house, you know? Something that has to happen before the end of the... that I plan on doing, by the way. Before the end of the current event. The current event, the Medley Fair, is to buy everything that you possibly can from there. And what they're selling is a bunch of weird fish ornamentation to have at your house. It's like a couple components, and you mount. It's a fishing mount thing. The fishing mount thing, and they have some other stuff there. I bought some lamp thing, you know, and I am doing the Medley Fair stuff, and I bought the weapon skins and all that stuff and dance moves, and I do plan on buying a couple of the things. I bought the fishing trophies recently that they have there that increase your fishing luck gain. But I do have to buy everything from there before it's gone, because that's the bad part, you know? For example, you look at these houses nearby, and a lot of the cool stuff that you see is seasonal, you know? Like like all that frozen stuff, I had that with my other character. The frozen furniture, you know, that's from the winter events. And those ornament things right there. And then you can't get them anymore. That whole thing. And right now you got these spotlights. I need to make more of those. Like the whole summertime spotlights, the banner, the floating lantern, and the torches. So that has to happen as well. But we have, you know, a couple weeks. Okay, so now we're over here back with the gems. For the next layer of gem. Let me try to multitask here. Okay, here we go. Next layer of gems. I don't really have enough gems to really work with like this. I just wanted to process whatever I had before looking at what I have. Okay? Before processing stuff any further, I want to process what I have and see how many high-end gems I have, and then I want to cut a bunch of these gems. Certain stacks, just maybe the topaz, the aquamarine, yep, and the ruby. I think, off the top of my head, those are the three elemental gems that work with intelligence. Arcane and which is the good old sapphire. Arcane and nature. Haha. Those are both focus. Wait, I gotta think about this for a second. Yeah. I gotta say it fast before somebody in the audience says something. It's my curse, people. Live streaming. I'm live streaming and I don't want to be told things, you know? So I gotta be careful about what I talk about. I don't really want to reveal my thought process too much, because then a person might just fill in the gaps, and I don't want that to happen. But it happens, and it's vaguely organic. So I get mad, but it's kind of okay. It's just like if I were to look it up, you know, or if I were to ask a smart AI the answer. Go back. Okay, so back over here, working with the gems or with the components. So what I'm doing is I'm going through upgrading my elemental materials one tier at a time because I don't want to consume everything before moving on because sometimes I need lower things. So now we have everything compressed and we're pushing forward with whatever I have, and then we can identify bottlenecks. I'll need to make proficiency boosters. I just made the encumbrance booster. I need to make proficiency boosters, which requires air and soul. Okay, I already have enough weapon coatings. And I already have enough tinctures for corruption. I'm pretty sure that the worm requires the acid, like the acid tincture thing. I'm pretty sure it's a necessity. I'm surprised that people don't talk about it more often, you know? They just say, come on down and do the worm. We'll carry you. Just pay 100,000 gold. What people should be doing is, all right, everybody, let's do this worm again. We did great last time. Just make sure that you bring your potions. If not, I'll be selling some potions outside the thing for cheap. Let's get this done once a week. Let's kill the worm, everybody. Make sure you stand by the totems. Right off the thing. You guys will go over there. Just do it. You know? That should be like the chatter in the chat should be talking about the mechanics for the worm boss fight and make sure that people have things. So make sure you don't stand the acid. Get the people going. Do we have enough people? Hey, our group is almost good. We need a few more people. Anybody out there want to join? But instead, they already have their perfect group. So perfect that they don't need the extra people to complete it. And they're selling the extra slots. They're so good with their group that they can kill the thing and they know what to do. And now the final slots they're selling. It's ridiculous. But my point here is that, where is it? Right over. My point here. What am I looking at? I have all this stuff collapsed and I can't see anything. Where is the... Can we uncollapse things? Magical weapons, named item crafting. There we go. So I'm talking about this right over here. The acid tincture, you see? Because there's not much acid in this game, and then once I was in... I went ahead and tried doing the worm earlier. I said, let's just try it out. Who wants to join me, even though we lose? I have no idea what's going to happen. I haven't seen a video, and we will most likely lose. Let's go in there and figure it out. And then I figured out the mechanics in the course of things. It does require vague communication, you know? And then it was really hard. All this acid problem, and you have to shoot this stuff out the air, you know? That's all. But you can do these things. If I knew exactly what to do, and you just gotta like type a couple paragraphs. Ranged people, stand over here. Shoot the things out the air. That's your job, understand? You guys go over here. Word blah blah blah. You focus on that guy. Tag your thing. Group 5, Group 2, Group 1. You know? Jeez. Instead, people want to just... Anyways. Acid tincture. Summertime in the summer hoobie time. Doing stuff in the summertime, no. Why do you suck? Why do you suck? Why? Why? Why are you bad? Why would they give me a PvP tool, and if it's only the best tool in the world? Makes no sense. Artisan's Flail PvP. What? Nonsense. I just wish I knew for sure without having to craft it and then take it down to the gypsum station and then see. You know? The way that I find out is by crafting it and then taking it down to the gypsum station with the inventory, you know? not locked or anything, and then see if it pops up as an available upgrade, or I look it up on the internet and read 15 websites, you know, that beat around the bush. Terrible. Well, that's done. Let's go over here and make these gems. So many gems in this game, it's crazy. These guys are so funny, you know. Hi there, would you like to make a pristine malachite? We're not going to tell you what it is until you make it and you read the description. You got to cut it first to even find out what it does, or you got to know already. It does the thing it does, you know? I use it sometimes. I use it if I have a crowd control build. It deals more damage to enemies that are crowd controlled. It would be nice if the thing told me what it's for. If there was some extra tooltip. Yeah, I think there should be a built-in encyclopedia. Like how Civilization has a Civilopedia. Like some weird extra expanding tooltip that goes to another whole list of garbage. Whatever. Alright, now it's time to cut some gems. So, all the aquamarine. With the option carnelian. All the ruby. All the topaz. And all the amber. And all the carnelian. And all the sapphire. Oh, I wasn't done. I got distracted with all that malachite talk. Oh, yeah. At least I have all of the, quintessence, huh? Ruby Tuesdays. I made a big stack of gemstone dust earlier with all the gems I'm not using as much. But I did actually get rid of a big stack of certain things. What does turquoise do? Armor penetration. That's pretty good. Armor penetration. Oh yeah, eat 'em up, baby. Okay, that's good. And now, gemstone dust in groups of 3. For now, you're going. Damn a dozen, baby. Okay, that's it for now. Yep, I'll be making this stuff in just a bit. I can make a lot of it. I'm just trying to make sure everything else is good to go. You know? Okay, that's done. And now, let's go check out the proficiency booster. I'm rich! Out of my way. So, I put out all the furniture I had at the time with the goal of filling up the limit, with the goal of replacing things. And I just put a bunch of stuff out, but it's just complete trash and everything needs to be swapped out. And it's sort of an exciting thing. I'll show you what I got going on right now, and it's embarrassing. But I put things vaguely deliberately. I just put whatever I had, but I haven't done it in a while, and I have a lot of furniture now. You know, I have some good stuff, so I will be doing it pretty soon, within the next couple days. So I'll let you see what I have right now. So if you come back later, you can see what changed, okay? Apostrophe. See, you're standing out here, you got the workstation, the pots and pans, and the cactus that needs the arid climate. You know, washing things, preparing things for the future. The stools by the workstations, the jars, the little thing on the table. We care about our cacti. A bunch of garbage in the backyard, you know? All these stoves. Real bad furniture. You know why? Because it's exposed to the elements like Valheim. It's all dry rotted. Wash basins. And flim-flam. On the outside, and then some garbage up on the walls, a tiny bit, some shelves, and I got my boxes. I have to make better boxes. I've unlocked a plan, by the way, to craft a box that holds 850 pounds, and I could probably make a lot of money from that, by the way. It's on my platters. Oh my gosh. And I have to replace all my boxes. I know there's a box that has like 1,000 power, like 1,100, I don't know. But see, these tables are nice a little bit. That table's kind of okay. You know? Garbage. 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 That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Look at that nice bed. But I can get a better bed. That's okay. Little chair, little rug, little thing on the ground. And I'm pretty sure it's all filled up in terms of what I can put in this building. But I gotta replace everything because it's all nasty. Alright, so now we're doing the proficiency booster. I still have what I need. I got 15. Oh no. Okay. Alright, so now. Oh no, yeah. Let's go sell these gloves. And that chest as well. Too bad I can't sort by bind and equip. Let's go sell them. And I gotta look at the auction house to see. I'm sure I have some stuff that's worth some money here. Every so often, I do go through and I sell a chunk or two. I did go through and look at everything. Alright, so Monarch. Rent is due. Okay, and that's all good to go. The enchanted Flimflam of Yore. I'll throw that into the fire. And now I can sell from here. The golden chest. No. Alright, let me sell these. Well, I shouldn't have made the chest. That was the wrong one to make. I'm gonna hold on to it until the price adjusts. I should have. I guessed, and I guessed wrong. Okay. Let's make one of these 4,200. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna make this reasonable because I think that's way too much money, and you know what I mean? Somewhere in the middle. For some reason. Let's go 4,200. I'll make it a 7-day. And then I'll do... $44.98. Okay. That's it. And that would be all she wrote. How dare you exist in my clan?
What can I say but you're welcome?
How dare he sing the lyrics of Disney's Moana? Disney's Moana by Disney. The Walt Disney Company. Okay, I'm ready to face the Flim. Yes, yes. Oh, yes. I wanted to grab these gems. Yep, I want to grab the gems. Just a couple, you know. Just a couple. You hear that music? You know what it means? Gain a stack of 8% damage for 5 seconds after blocking or taking a hit. 3 stacks. So I guess if you get hit and you block, you know, and you get hit again, and then all of a sudden, boom, you go kapram. It's ridiculous, right? Especially the kapam part of all things. Alright, so I'm now entering the land of Yore. And what I want to do... I guess I can grab those as well. You see, it doesn't have to have focus, it just lets it use focus. It's not that it requires focus, it just lets it use focus, right? I'm talking to myself now. Just because it says it converts 50% of the damage dealt to arcane, there's a big word right here. It says if. If focus is higher, then replace the weapon's gun with focus. It lets the weapon use focus as a primary damage modifier. So if you want to use a certain weapon, you know, and you don't want to pile on a bunch of strength or something like that, it lets you use a sword, for example, and be powerful if the focus is high. For example, with the ice gem here, I can use a sword with no strength and high intelligence. You know? And it's powerful. But either way, if I put the gem inside the weapon, it still does the extra damage. And if I had a sword with a bunch of strength and no intelligence, it would still convert half the damage dealt to ice, which doesn't hurt anything. It doesn't hurt. The only way it would hurt is if you converted half the damage to something that the enemy is resistant toward. Especially if there's a boss that says lightning resistant and you just converted half your damage to lightning. You know what I mean? But if it doesn't say that, and if they're not resistant to it naturally, then it's fine. You know? Now, I'll go ahead and read off. I'm gonna read off something to you. Okay, show. Let me check one thing. 'Cause I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure about something. I don't want to announce my thoughts. I'd rather have the internet tell me than one of you people. Gross. One second. Okay, there we go. I'm just trying to find something. And I just don't know if it's true. I just don't want to announce it. The enemy resistances. There's vulnerabilities, but the resistances. I have to go find out by attacking things and see the damage numbers, or is that how the game used to be? That's my facial expressions I'm thinking. Is that how the game used to be, and now it's not like that? I'm trying to think, do I ever see a bad number that says you're not doing the right damage because they're resistant to it? You know? You'd think if you're using thrust versus the ancients, it would do less damage because they're skeletons, and the game wants you to use strike. You know? You'd think. For example, you should see some red numbers or some down arrows. And I'm trying to think, have I seen that recently? And I'm trying to think, did I see it years ago? I was digging through my memories about whether or not the enemies had resistances, and I think maybe they did. And then I went over to the New World database to view the details of any given creature. So then another facial expression was, what creature do I want to think of? I thought of the Pit Lord. You know, he's corrupted. And on the New World database, it just lists the vulnerabilities, but not the resistances. And then some other article, which is probably really old, who knows, it's probably from pre-Aeternum, talks about how the Lost are resistant to void and thrust damage. You know, the Ancients are resistant toward fire and slash damage. Angry Earth are resistant toward lightning and thrust damage because they're grounded, yeah. And, well, the way I view it is, if the enemy is vulnerable towards strike, they are resistant to thrust, and vice versa. So in theory, yeah, the corrupted are resistant to take more damage from thrust, so they should be resistant towards strike. It's just the opposite, you know? And they are vulnerable toward arcane, resistant toward ice and nature. If that's even true, but who knows? I'm sure you people know. But don't tell me. It makes sense for the Angry Earth to be resistant toward lightning. And the Lost are apparently resistant toward thrust damage. I'll find that out in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Screenshot. I'm the reply guy, king of the thread. Adding some value, turning heads. Baby. Oh, come on. No. 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 So maybe, I think that's one of the changes. You know, they changed many things in terms of combat, and that might be one of the changes. I guess the whole resistances would be just one more thing to worry about. Even though player resistances is important. Now, like I said, let me go back and grab the amber gem. Like I said, you don't need to have the focus blah 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 stat, okay? Like I keep thinking I do. I don't. I don't need to have focus. Okay? So I'm gonna go grab the amber gem and the sapphire. Because I would like to have like 20 of each gem and then just naturally swap them out. And I also want to find out how much these gems go for and whether or not this is a total waste. I don't think it's going to be a total waste. Sometimes it is, you know. But I consider it to be as much of a waste as using a weapon coating, you know? Okay? It's as much of a waste as using a weapon coating to go fight some enemies for a bit and then swapping out the coating, you know? You say, oh cool, I'm fighting Lost. Let me use a Lost coating and a Lost ward, and you're fighting for 15 minutes, and now you're in the corruption land, and you want to do more damage, and then you put the corruption coating on, you just overrode it, and you wasted the whole thing. It happens all the time, but perhaps. And because I accept it to happen, that's why I carry so many of them, so I have the option to do that. That's why I'm carrying this many, sort of, like 28 of this, 11, you know, here and there, so that I can swap them out without waiting for the one to expire all the time. I try not to. You know. But anyways, let's just price a couple things. For example, weapon coating. Well, that's really cheap. Like 12 bucks for the human, or for the corrupted. The human. 25 per human. The Lost. 20 for Lost. Okay. I get the idea. Between 10 and 20. And then for the gem land, Aquamarine is $37. Well, the gems do cost more. But they are just my gems after all. They are just my gems. And they are essentially free. And that's only, yeah, whatever. I will accept swapping out the gem if I'm going to be fighting those enemies for a while. And I think my default gem needs to be the Sapphire for the arcane damage. Okay? And in fact, right now, that's what I'm using. You know? And I'm not experiencing a loss at all. Okay, cool. I mean, they aren't... Mentally, I thought that the weapon coatings were $100. So, whatever. Alright, let's go grab more of those gems. And then I have to get more gems by getting more high-end metal with a bunch of luck. So I'll be going through the orichalcum area a bit more with the mithril and high luck like I was doing before. But now I have an extra reason to do it because I really am trying to burn through these gems. So, nature damage is the most for Lost. Lightning, of course, for Ancients. You know. Arcane for the Corrupted, Fire, Angry Earth, and Cold is nothing. So I don't really need to use the cold. I need more nature, actually, in this case. So I'm just going to swap out this really quick and see how it feels versus these guys. And then Rick the roll. If I'm fighting Lost. But see, I specifically got that boot there that has the increased arcane damage. Let's see if I can swap out the boots here for something else. I might have something. Yeah. Hey. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There, I'm still medium. Heavy boot. Oh, sorry. Medium boots. It's because this has shirking fortification, nature harnessing, and luck. I just got these boots like today. Okay, that's a good test. I'm gonna go over here really quick. Oh. Alright, so I'm testing something. Step 1, remove the item from all loadouts. Okay? That's step 1. Step 2, make sure that the item is not on me. And I make sure it's unlocked. Step 3, I meander this way. I figured I couldn't because it's already level 700, you know. Can I do it with anything? As a test? What about this one? No, what about, let's see if I do it with this shield. 610. I'll check out this other shield. That's for my other loadout. I just want to see. Okay, none of these say named. They don't say named on them. Okay, I don't want this one. Okay, well, those guys didn't say names, so it's not a good experiment. Dang it. Maybe the items that had like that cool background like that, you see? That glowing background. Alright, let's try this one right here. Right here. That's my test. This hammer, it's below 700, okay? And it's named. My God, man. It's true. It's true. By Crumb. With the added perk. For customization. Why do you gotta turn purple? Dang it. Why do you gotta turn purple? Fine tuning. Oh, the power. Oh, the power. Oh, the potential. Oh, the potential. Okay, okay. Alright. I think I have to accept certain things. I really want this. Why can't you be a higher gear score? I don't get it. It gets cut off and then, you know. I think the problem is that they're making the above 700 gear too accessible through the doubloon, which makes other items seem worthless, in theory. Now that chromatic seal is probably nuts. I think it probably costs 5,000 gold and get one per day. It costs 3. That is surprising. And power and critical. Heavy, super heavy, whenever. You smash them. I don't want this one, of course. That was just a successful test. Oh, it turns gold when you make it? Okay, it's just misleading. The problem is it's already gold. So it shouldn't be purple. In the inventory. Alright, here's test number 2. Test number 2 is to take something over level 700. either way, it seems like you're able to add a... I know that many of you know the answer, but, you know, whatever. Okay. It seems like you're able to add, and I don't want any more information than what I'm saying. Don't give me any information, okay? I'm not asking you. I was letting you know my thought process. I like to poke and prod like I'm Sherlock Holmes, and then look it up, okay? So, you got the items here, above a certain level, named. Don't let the purple fool you. Okay, it seems like you're able to add a mod. Now, many mods are very good. Eventually, I will know what to look for. I'm getting better at knowing what to look for. You know, as I'm looking at all this gear. Like the shirking thing, whenever you dodge, your next attack deals damage. Very interesting. The attunement, where your attacks deal a specific extra kind of damage, which is great. Enchanted light and heavy attacks deal more damage. That's cool. Stamina on kill. Keen is crit chance. And then there's what? Probably crit damage somewhere. Whatever. The Alacritus punishment. What? More damage to players with haste? That's crazy. I didn't know that even existed. Arboreal attunement, abyssal attunement, blessed for outgoing healing. Efficiency, I wonder if that counts in general. See, outgoing is weird, incoming is different. Incoming, that includes vampiric. Outgoing, I don't know if that's vampiric or leeching. Shrieking frost, shrieking everything. Sundering attacks for rend. Thwarting attacks. More damage with grit. Just one way to get like almost 10% more damage. Right there, vicious and keen go together for the crit damage. Shrieking, shrieking, shrieking. Rogue is what? Backstab. Oh, there is specifically a backstab thing. I would want rogue with a bow. Maybe, I don't know. There's many things, but you get it. Or with a rapier, because sidestepping and everything's really easy. Right? And stamina on kill, desperate in power, more damage and haste while exhausted. So you can force yourself to become exhausted by dodging one time above your limit, and then you run around and deal more damage the entire time. That's crazy. Craziness, just running around. Alright, that's pretty simple. Disdained infliction for the potency of outgoing dots are increased by 15%. Hitting a target inflicted by my dots will extend the duration on them by 5%. That was on some other bow thing I saw or whatever, but that's a pretty good one. The potency of outgoing dots. So if I have the poison effect on a bow, then that's fantastic. And if I was going to modify a bow, there's that Arcanite bow, whatever the heck it's called, I got today that has poison damage, and I don't know if it has this perk on there, but that'd be something I put on there. And that's about right. Okay. Cool. Understood. So let's do one more test. One more test. One more test. That would be the test. So, alright, that's good. That's good. That's good. I don't have to have it on me. It just has to be in the stash at the location. So I'm going to keep all the items that I might want to modify over here at Eden Grove. Okay? And it really brings it all the way up, huh? So this is a good one. This is 625. I'm curious about this one. Because I thought I read somewhere that it's only over 650. That it's like pre-expansion, post-expansion. Legacy gear, non-legacy gear. Nope. Yeah, look, it's not there, you see? You see, look, 650, 625. Okay, so let's look for any gear above 650. Or even, yeah, 700. Yeah. I can add a thing. That's so cool. Now, let's go price that object. And I should probably start buying them. I have a lot of money right now. Where are you? Oh.
What? Oh, hello. I assume you're here to embrace your sacred duty to the Covenant?
The Covenant, yeah.
Good.
There's also the Gorgonite inductor that is used. That's what, I looked at the list of stuff, and one of the items needs this Gorgonite inductor thing for upgrading. Oh yeah, that's right. If I want to further customize my, for example, if I I'm not telling you anything. Don't tell me anything, Anon. Jeez. Don't buy it. I can't buy it. I don't have the stuff. Just shut up. Say nothing. Okay, so. Chromatic seal, the Gorgonite inductor, you see? And so forth and so on. You're saying don't buy it because the upgrade's coming? Or some nonsense? Okay. I was trying to understand the process. I said, don't try to help me. Okay, dark matter, a big chunk of it, 600. Weapon matrix, gypsum, flimflam. This is for modifying something I've already modified. You know? Bad part is it has no gem sockets. Yeah. I think, is that just you? I'm not asking you. I'm asking me. Is that just used to modify the item I've already modified? Is that just used for changing the perk I've already added to this? Because I've already upgraded this weapon to 725. I've already done it, so I've already had to do things. But now it gives me an option to do it again. You know? And right now, wait, does it not have an additional perk? Yeah, it's probably just to add one more perk on top. And I don't even know about the whole socket thing. Do I have to have it on me? I know that you buy the socket thing from... I'll go ahead and buy one. I'll see how much it costs. No. As an experiment.
What? What?
What?
Oh.
Shut up.
What? Oh. Hello. I assume you're here to embrace your sacred duty to the Covenant?
I need more of this, by the way.
Good.
Not right now. I have to run more faction missions. That thing. I'm not rich enough to buy that just yet. I'm not ready to customize anything anyways. And we want to hold off. Okay, so. Oh. So if you really were running the worm, you'd have to have a whole set of gear just for the worm. So I bet you those gear, oh, I see, I see, I see. I see, I see, I see. I see. I don't know why it's such a low level, though. There's probably a better version of it, though. I'm saying I see because you're able to give yourself gear. There's a gear mod to increase acid resistance, you know? And then there's gear itself that has the same quality. So probably people that run the worm are wearing gear specifically for that. To make it that much smoother, you know? Okay. Alright, well, let me move on and do the stuff out there in the wild. I'll figure more stuff out in time. But I will be using these boots. And maybe I'll slap a pearl in there until I get more room glass. But yeah, I did want to pull a bunch of items over for future modification. Because there's probably something good I can do. Very fun. Once I know what's going on, I'm figuring it out. Alright. And now it's time for the Lost. Now I have different gems I can swap out based upon what I'm doing. I shouldn't really have to use the cold stuff. That's only if I want to... It's fine on my sword, by the way. On my sword is good because that lets me go full intelligence for the fire staff, you know, and still have an effective sword. So that's when I would use the ice, whatever, or the fire or lightning on that sword there. I mean, just in general. If I'm not trying to focus on any specific damage type, you know, then, and I want to amplify intelligence, it'd be between the topaz fire and cold, or the, you know, lightning fire and cold. Right now there's cold in there. I wonder if that procs off of my ice gauntlet, if it actually adds a cold debuff. It might not. This game ain't that advanced. It's not Diablo. Alright, that assessment is completed. Yeah. Alright, I learned a little bit more about modification. I think it's any item over 650, including items at 700, or even 710. Okay, let's do one final test. I don't think the gold curse stuff is like named, which is a shame. So you can't modify it. Yeah, it doesn't say named, you know. But that's a good thing. Like I was saying before, it's too easy to get this other gear, but it's not the best gear. It's almost like a training wheel gear. It seems like it's good, but it's not the most customizable. Yeah, I got the Aconite bow today. Ah, the Berserking Slayer. I'm sure I can modify that one, you know. This axe. I'm sure I can modify that. I'm sure I can modify all those items. Okay, and then, well, I guess there is named gear as well. Armor. Of course. Yep, the potential is there. And, yep. All the syncretic stuff, right? Or I guess it's not syncretic. No, that's 620, so it wouldn't count anyways. But all of the other armor in the world... All my gear right now is gold cursed. It's just... probably not good. You know? Because I can't customize it. Because essentially, you can have, you know, if it's true you can add one more perk, then you can really get customized and have a lot more damage that would overcompensate for the lower gear score. It just sucks that you can't upgrade something. That maybe you can upgrade it twice? I don't know. Okay, so. Yeah. So. So maybe you can't? Well, why would they let some gear be pushed up to 725 and other gear not? I would think you're able to, like, upgrade it twice. Whatever. I won't know until I do it. But that's expensive, so I can't just do it. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it if it is true. Alright, let's go down here and do our thing. I want to do my daily quests with this nature situation going. We learned so much just now. A little bit. Oh man, I got a sneeze. A horrible sneeze. Okay. Well, I'll be right back, everybody, okay? And we shall play the game and knock out all these quests. I'll get resources as I go. Yeah. Okay. I think I understand now. A little bit. A little bit. Basically, there's different ways to get gear, but in the end, the Gorgon raid is the good thing that drops the 725 gear and is upgradable and modifiable, but you gotta run the raid or something. Okay. And everything else is sort of like temporary. It's not customizable, sort of thing. And then other stuff is customizable, but it's going to be locked at 700. And how hard could it be? I don't know. I would like to go in blind and just fail. There's no payment requirement going in. You know, there's no cost, as far as I can tell. It's not like a key or something. Right? It's not like it's a trial. You can just do it if you have a group. So, if I had a guild with 200 people in it that were active at all times, that liked me, I would say, hey, who wants to go try out this thing and just mess around for a bit and just observe? Just check it out and poke and prod and see what we can do and learn something, even though we're going to fail. And they'll say, yeah. And I say that like me because I don't want someone going in there just running around and doing their own thing and going down the road on their own. Like these scumbags do. Make no effort to stay next to you. Like suddenly they're in charge or something. Makes me sick. Want to tell Gorgonite, 45k all boss or last boss professional team carried quickly to Gorgon easily. Don't make any effort. What does it take? What does it take? I can do it like right now, right? I don't know. I have to start doing it. 6 players. I need 5 people who have never done the Hive of Gorgons to come with me and check it out for free. Except for the Bosco Flimflams of Yore. No. Nope. Oh wait, I said Hive of Gorgons. I meant to say... No, I'm talking about the hive of Bergens. Look, I just want to check it out. No plan on beating the thing. Who wants to come with me? I need 5 more. Okay.
I've been informed that
Alright, let me get my buffs active. I'm just curious about, you know, how hard it's going to be. Alright, and then let me just take the lost stuff. Because how much preparation do you really need? I mean, really, I have no idea. I just want to see. Ah. Okay, here we go. That's good. You don't like that in the... Ooh, 2,000. It's the final countdown. Mm-hmm. Yeah, baby. Once you leave free-for-all, lol. Once you leave free-for-all, baby. Free Shilas Gorgon. Laboratory Gorgon run. 2 out of 6. Sorry, 3 out of 6. Except. Oh boy. Oh, she did it first? Are you serious? That's funny. One second. I know nothing. Mm-hmm. I'll take anyone. It's better if you have 0 experience. Except for Hive. Busku style. Okay. Look, I just want to walk in the front door. Okay? Now that I know I have to do it, okay? Link gear. You don't. Mind you, we will lose. X up. I have no gear check. It's free. 4 to 6. Don't matter. Boom. All the better. Seriously. Okay, so are you coming? Boom. I'll queue it up. One more person. Okay, one more person. More noob the better. Except for Hive. No. One second. One second. Come on. One second. One second. Okay. No intention. Okay, one second. Okay, one second. I gotta make it convert to a raid. Right there. Boom. Bam. Okay, here we go. Right now. Right now. Right now. Ah! I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm just proving a point. You don't gotta pay $1 million. Alright, first time here. Take my sweet time. Look, it's beautiful. Oh my gosh. Look at the cactus and stuff. Hi, sir.
Artemis's foul creation. The reborn Medusa.
Not the
has
reborn
taken
Medusa.
refuge.
Oh my goodness. Just take your time, look around. How hard are you? You're easy. Look at you. Just level 70. What is it? Easy peasy, right? What is this? Okay. Let me ward up and everything. Angry Earth. Let me ward up and all that good stuff. 1 second. Okay. Look, it's a cactus. Well, yep. Yeah, I didn't know what to Okay, so now I have an idea. I have an idea, you know, whatever. Okay. I have a clear... Yeah. Please don't give me any tips or advice. I'm trying to go in blind. I'm trying to prove a point that you could just do this without having to pay. And I just wanted to get a group. Just the whole goal here is just to explore. You got some line of sight break action at the door. Seems like there's some nice line of sight action at this door frame. Not. Woo! No! Alright. I told him who wants to do a surefire thing of losing, just to take our time, look around. If you have a 0 experience, the better. Rodents. All right. Flammable? Nope. So far, so good. Who needs to pay 40,000? Oh my god. We should invite people and make them pay us. Looking for shields. 30,000. No! No! Medicine. Somebody go away. Oh no. I got you. We can invite people while this is running, right? I mean, why wouldn't a person want to... I don't know why people would just do this. It's so stupid that people charge. I'm sure it's going to get harder. I said say nothing, Raybo. I know it's going to get harder. People say you can't get past this whatever date. I'm sure it's going to be insane. But I'm just saying that the whole concept. That people don't just try as a group. Yep. Okay. What the heck? The heck? Yeah, I'll get permissions to everybody. Sorry. Just a moment. I'll give you all permissions. All right. I'm just looking around. I'm just observing. My first time here. It's so beautiful. Oh my gosh. Can I follow my death? Nope. No following to my death. Okay, 10 people. Okay, I thought it was 20. Awesome. Easy peasy. We got this. Yeah. I have to look at that room a bit better. Okay. I don't know what's in that room. I have to assess. We need to like focus down targets, if possible. All right, and yeah. Revive. Easy peasy. First time in that room, now we know. Well, it's nice that they don't reset down the hallway, that's nice. I might want to swap out my heart gem for the strange thing. Let the tank get it, maybe, yeah. Oh yeah. How hard can it be? How hard can it be, huh? I'm not sure if I checked into that thing back here. I'm not sure if I did. Oh boy. Come on. Come on. Oh no. Fall back! Fall back! Well, I like the fact that you can pull them outside the room. What is this? Bike's garbage. No! The spikes! Whoa! Together. This is so beautiful, you and me. Take a screenshot. Maybe we should like focus fire or something. Together. See, if this is World of Warcraft, you can like put them to sleep and stuff. You know, you mark them with the moon over their head, moon on that guy, and you probably do that here where you have specific tanks that taunt certain enemies. You know, right now it's unorganized. We don't have any tanks. We only have one healer. But the intent wasn't to beat this thing. The intent was to look inside and smell the roses and test the water. But this is about to certain loss. Certain loss is on the table. That was the wager for the free run here. No need. It was unorganized, you know, no structure. But we're doing great with no structure. Oh yeah. Goodness gracious. We gotta. Nope! Yeah, it's just an evade check is all it is. So far. Woo. Back. Wait a minute. Oh wait, you have to shoot the right one? Hold on. What do you gotta do? 1 second. Oh, doors are opening up and stuff? Ugh. Whoa. I'll pull them off. Okay, stand on the platform where you shoot those things. Okay. You gotta shoot them twice, from red to yellow, yellow to red, or yellow to green. Yep. Destroy crystals? Yeah. It should be obvious. Who needs YouTube videos? Who needs YouTube videos? Ah! 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 What? Oh my god! Oh god! Are you supposed to jump? No, up. Maybe you create. You're supposed to jump on his back and you jump on his back and throw grenades in his hole. You jump on his back, but you climb those things. They look climbable. You're supposed to climb on them. I'm trying! Ah! No! What the heck? Okay. Can I? Yeah. Whoa! No! Why? Oh! I don't know what's happening. Ah! No! No! Ah! No! Is that a good thing? It's a good thing. Yep. 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 I'm gonna say I survived the swipe. That's your wipe. I will go out a champion. 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 Well, that was Yep. We were mining those rocks for some reason. Whatever reason that was. Yep. Hit him in the soft spot. There must be a clue around us somewhere. Ah, yes, the statues. We make the statues fight for us. Yeah. Into the room, hurry up. Move forward, hurry up. Hurry up. I got you, buddy. No, I don't. I got you. Come on. I don't know why we have to mine these things up. No. I'm taking some damage. I'm not sure what from. Oh, I sold those gloves for $3,900. I think they're taking damage or something. Rock. Boom. Or maybe he shoots the rocks out and then they destroy those and they hurt us. There's too many around. Oh my god. Why is that boss so... No, I don't want to know anything. Nope. I actually went further than I wanted to. Okay. Gonna go ahead and replace that guy. Observe. Okay, I'm guessing those rocks do damage when they come up. Blah blah blah. I can see why they want you to, why they make you link your gear, because this guy's a freaking sponge, a damage. Let's not forget that guy doesn't know how to make tuning orbs. Right? Right, Trip? He doesn't know how to make tuning orbs. Mr. Expert over here. Are you shooting anything? God. So that happens. Okay, at a certain point you shoot out these black shards, and the black shards hit those things and they blow up. Black shards blew up the rocks, apparently. And killed them. Black shards. Do this all day. I'm gonna try to pepper in as much damage as possible here. I mean, obviously. And I don't need the volley attack for this guy. It's a waste. I think it's explosive shot or something with the damage over time attached. I think it's fire. When I die again, I'll respec my bow. I got you. Nope. Oh my god. Okay, that hurts. Oh no. Oh, so little damage. Ah! Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ah. Oh god. Ah. Woo! Am I the only one? I think the crystals are doing bad things. Look at this. Good things. You gotta have this many evade, this many bleed, this many no. Ridiculous. They haven't met it out that much. Very specific rules. Look at this. So maybe I could shoot him like... I'm gonna try to shoot him in different parts of the face. I know. Shoot him right in the flaps. We're shooting different parts of him. His armpit. I think it's his armpit. Well, he has a lot of life. It seems like there's no obvious weak point on him. There's a big glowing yellow eyeball. The intention wasn't to win right away. Let me try one more time.
Boom, fuck. You just have to leave. There you go. And then once you're out, you can say quit raid.
I kicked him.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna die one more time. His arms get all glowy.
So you must be the tank. You're still alive.
I'm just dodging. I was trying to observe him. Alright. And now I know. The end. It's both easier and harder than I thought it would be.
How long you guys been here?
Not long. Well, I'll go back down to my dailies.
I think you guys grabbed about everything. That's cool.
Yeah. I just got some group together just to explore the place. I told them it'll be a surefire loss that I've never seen the inside. I just wanted to see the inside, and I got some group together and said it's going to be free. Come on down. If you're a noob, the better. If you have zero experience, the better. That's why we lost, because I specifically got together some random group that have never done it before. A couple of them have done it before, but it was just to observe and see how it was. I don't really plan on watching a YouTube video. If I could just understand the mechanics from the game, you'd figure that a well-made game should be understandable through the context of the fight itself. That was my first time seeing that. I was trying to figure it out. It's just the damage is a big issue here.
Yeah, so that boss, that's one of three. First thing, he comes in and you see him turn and he lifts his front leg. You want to dodge. As soon as it starts coming down, it's like there's not even a half a second sweet spot. That if you roll, you won't. down,
No.
he'll stand up on both
No.
hind legs,
No. No.
and
No.
you get free
No.
damage.
No.
You run in and start hammering on his
No.
legs,
No.
and then
No. What you want to do is you want to dodge him. You hit him for a second. He could have said that during the freaking fights. This is garbage. Or whatever, I don't know. Shoot the black crystal. Oh no, jeez. Not like I want him to, but whatever. Okay, let me knock this out. Okay. Well, the other enemies were about the damage and so forth. It felt reasonable, you know. It was hard, whatever, but it felt reasonable for enemies that you think would be strong when you're fighting them and everything, and they're taking damage but they're dying. And that guy's big. It was a big one. I was trying to observe him. If you have like a good tank, or more than one tank that can like share the aggro back and forth, if that's even possible. And then I have to see how he interacts with those rocks. I saw that he has these black shards on his back. He shoots them out, and then they were doing something to the ground. You know? And if they hit one of those rocks, it would explode. And I'm guessing if you don't destroy them, eventually there's explosions all around you, and then you wipe. So it's probably not that much of an issue at first, but it becomes a massive issue later on. Alright, let me hurry up. The guy's about to give me all the secrets, but I don't want it. But I should do the mutated dungeons before that. You'd think, well, you know what? You'd think. So here's a question. I bet you the Hive or the Raid is harder than an M3 dungeon? Than an M3 mutated? Maybe I should sign up for one of those bad boys. I don't do them enough. I hardly ever do them. Let's see here. Every week it swaps out. Okay? And it's giving me the recommended gear score. My gear score is above all that. So I mean, this says 695. That's low. But, you know, hold on. What's the gear requirement for the raid? Nothing. Nothing. Well, if it's harder than... So from a game development perspective, if the raid is harder than the M3 dungeon, you should have already done a bajillion, 1.2 quintillion of the hardest previous content before doing that, you know? I really just wanted to be exposed to it because I have zero clue, and it helps to set up for the future. And I wanted to fail because you learn more through failure. If I was with a really good group, you know, I wouldn't have learned a darn thing. I would have learned as much as I would have learned from watching a YouTube video. You learn way more through like it being vaguely difficult, by the way, and being sloppy. And then you learn why things need to be controlled the way they do. Right? So, that was my exposure, just like how I got exposed to the worm with no intention of beating it, but it's important. And I realize it's pretty hard and requires lots of coordination to do that thing. But it's possible. It's possible. I don't think it's to the point where you really do need like a sword and shield and evade and a bleed and this and that and, you know. That's weird. That's just some min-max garbage. You know, that is just some min-max. People figured out the best possible way to beat this big boss and to stack up as many debuffs as possible, you know? You're trying to stack up a bunch of bleeds and rends and sundering and weaken and fire and all kinds of stuff and whatever and taunting and things you gotta do. Empowerment and fortify and it's all layered up and it's all known. I feel like that's cheating. And that the game wouldn't think that people would go as far as to know exactly what you're supposed to do. And that everyone does it. And everyone being the guys that charge people to run the whole thing because it's too hard. But my point is that the implication is that you should be doing the mutated dungeons before the raid. And I do want the remaining mount like this. Okay, so if I click on this, it'll tell me, right? It'll tell me. It'll tell me. Now, if I did a random dungeon, I get 1,000 coins and 10,000 faction coins. And a box with stuff in it. But it'll throw me into one of these three things. And the good news is I'm mutation level 1 on each of these. The issue here is that I'm more than 1 on some other thing. Every week it swaps out with 3 different versions. Attempts 35 out of 35. That's weird. So, I've been holding off on the mutated dungeons until I've done 1,000,000 of the normal dungeons. I feel like I sort of have. I haven't done 1,000,000 of all of them, and I'm sort of wishy-washy on some of these dungeons, you know? I would never watch a video on any of them. Okay? Okay? If anything, I'll make my own video once I figure out how it works with my own perspective. But, yeah, I feel like I've done a lot of them. Some of them are longer and weird, you know. And some of the boss fights can be kind of weird, but not crazy. I just wanted to do them until they felt comfortable, and now they do. They feel very comfortable, and they feel very easy. They felt easy for a while now, okay? Standard expeditions have felt easy for a while because I've tried, I think, an M1 and an M2. And even that was kind of easy. You know, it's just, whatever. So that now that when I do a normal expedition, it's more about just running through it and just I'm trying to like gather as many. I'm trying to tank it, even though I'm not the tank. You know. So I've reached a point where I can start running the mutated in preparation for that, and it'll help me get my stuff together. I wanted to go do, so in case you're wondering why I was doing that, it's because I was looking at the gypsum forge and upgrading gear and everything. And I don't want you filling in the details of what I'm saying, or to give me any extra information, or to correct me, or to say, yep, that's right, there's only 2 of them. I don't want any of that, please. You keep doing it. Okay? Just want to talk to you. Keep doing it. I was at the gypsum forge trying to see how it really works with upgrading gear and how upgrading gear in general works and all that stuff. Don't correct me. But I was looking, named items above a certain level, even 700, but it lets you add a perk, which is wonderful for customization. The potential is amazing, just amazing, you know. And I think trying to run the... Remember, I had no intention of trying to beat that thing. I just wanted to see it. To smell it. You know? But trying to run the Gorgon dungeon without already fine-tuning every piece of your gear with the gypsum forge with specialized perks is lame. And trying to take a shortcut and asking for failure. And you're just trying to take a shortcut and you're trying to mooch off of other people. It's really bad. And it's even more shameful if you pay for it. Okay? Which is the standard. Do nothing in standard, easy peasy, guaranteed win. Only costs this much money. And then people do it without shame. Shame. You paid for it? Yeah, I got with a good group. They're really good. You should. They're called the Gorgonites. You know. But eventually it becomes fine. Okay. Let's knock this out. I figured that it would have been more possible if it was a 20-man raid. 10 gets kind of weird, where the fewer people you have, the more important it is for each person. Right? But the worm is a 20-man raid, or a trial, and it's still really hard. Because the whole area filled with acid. And there's some sort of coordinated thing going on with the pedestals. Well, I wasn't talking about you, Rebo. Scum. Yeah. Pretty much. No, shut up. gonna stop reading the chat. Hey, Trip, I don't like it that you're trying to feed into the whole troll thing, that you're acting like it's a joke, because it makes you do it more, okay? If you keep doing it, I'll just really block people, because it takes over the whole stream, and it's really distracting, and it's very toxic. And it creates an environment where people just want to ruin my fun by spoiling my exploration, by giving me secrets and spoilers because you think it's funny or something, okay? You're going to end up being blocked. So you don't need a group name. I'm about to do it. Ugh. Great. But anyways, I was talking about the mutated dungeons before I was attacked by that dude. What I'm trying to say is I'm sort of a long way off before the natural point at which a player should be doing things. There's ways to bypass this, of course. Yes, I am implying that you bypass things. There's ways to bypass beyond what I've mentioned. And that includes looking up builds and watching YouTube videos and then going on a shopping list and getting specific items. All these things. You're gonna need this. And then you get that and then it's over. You don't have a bunch of bad builds between A and B and waste a bunch of time, in theory, playing the actual game. So the implication here is that you go through and you systematically customize your gear with a bunch of perks and everything, but that takes a while because of the cost and how the gypsum forge works and everything. And you should be using maybe an artifact piece of jewelry, artifact weapon, and an artifact piece of gear, and have it upgraded. I've already upgraded these pants, you know, and I've upgraded the axe, which is probably better for the Gorgon thing of the slicing damage, but it's slow and weird, you know? And pointless. The perks I was using here was not good for that, I guess. Whatever. But, it's implied that you do a bunch of everything. That takes a long time to even get to the point where you're able to do stuff. Because I don't think you should be doing certain things until you're crafting and refining and everything is developed and your trophies and all of that. And there's like a long course of gameplay. It's like months and months and months and months. And months and months of natural gameplay. Like 150 days or something of what it should take to do things. My Fallout 76 playthrough, you know, it takes a while to develop a character without guidance and playing the game naturally. Of just getting things and fighting before the game changed, of course. It takes a while of doing stuff. Other people were already at the end of the game, you know? And then you have good things. And then you're like astronomically more powerful in theory, but in terms of like the actual real knowledge, it's lacking. Like tuning orbs, for example. And these people would call me a food build because I was using a bunch of buffs. And they were just relying on some overpowered weapon. Or something like that. And I'm telling them that the buffs for the game, you eat all these different foods to give yourself different stat bonuses, but it requires a bunch of gameplay to get those buffs and to make the food, and that becomes much of the gameplay, going around farming things and preparing for the battle, and so forth. That will come one day. One day. So, I'm gonna have to do the mutated dungeons more often than never. I'm in the process of developing my end game rotation. I was doing those bosses earlier for the tokens, or for the artifacts. It's just weird to be doing endgame raids all the time, but not doing other content. And that's just the evidence of being... of the way that a person plays a game. Okay? You should do everything leading up to something. But whatever. Lies. You know, we know. You know, like you don't know what the heck that moss is for. Like you've never done the eternal pulls before and look at your inventory and say what the heck is. So let me ask you, let me interrogate you like we're in the FBI, Rebo, since you want to continue lying to me. Have you done the eternal pulls before? Have you done Siren before? Have you looked at your inventory with what you've gotten in your inventory under the resources tab? Have you ever sparked an ounce of curiosity? I just... Okay. Whatever. I'm gonna go ahead and close the chat now, and I'll look back at it in like half an hour. I don't humor liars. I treat them like trash until they leave. Oh. Okay, now that I'm safe, let me look at this again. I really want to wrap my brain around this whole thing. So, it's like Diablo. I'm not asking you. Okay? Intermediate, hard, elite. Sure. 675, 675. Same thing. You gotta have an AIDS off staff, you think? Why wouldn't you have that? Oh, I guess you can make it to 65 without... that just means you had to have completed some of the quest line, right? Okay. Icebound is frozen. Ice damage. Okay, enemies drop a destructible ice crystal upon death that slows and roots. Heavy and special enemies slow on hit. Biting cold. Oh, dealing damage to players who are not near them? That's weird. And items have a chance to drop with these perks. Specifically, frost conditioning and frost attunement. Just ice. And then over here is all ice. It's all ice across the board for all three. That's good. It's all the same across the board for all three dungeons. This one has a speed boost for summoning speed. That's awesome. And this one has nothing. It's a pretty cool mask, though. How come the other one has such cool garbage? Why would they give this to you? It sucks. Oh. Oh. It's not even named. Okay, well, all right. Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, I mean, it sucks. But it's not named. It's 650. I want that. But, it doesn't seem to be the most beneficial thing. Besides doing the random thing. It seems like it's too much effort for the randomness. And this is just... Why is it so bad? Is it because they want you to do this one? But even that is bad. I feel like this content is old. Because there's a new standard. You know? And all of a sudden, they ramp the difficulty up to 10 bajillion for this gear? As far as I can tell, the quality of a piece of gear like this is the fact that it's customizable and it's level 725. Other gear, and it all has enchanted ward and cooldown reduction and health, you know. It reduces the potency of incoming damage over time effects by 7% per armor piece. That's pretty good. And then taking a dot while inflicted with a dot will inflict haste. Oh, wow. That's pretty good. Refreshing, enchanted ward on everything. So when people link the hoplite gear, that's the implication that they've done the raid before. It just says, by the way, I've done it before, you know? And that's part of the reason why people want you to link your gear, because it's proof that you've done it before. Because bind on pickup. See, I have no idea how powerful my teammates were. And I wasn't really stacking up a bunch of dots and stuff like that, but I'm not trying to. I wasn't even trying to customize anything. I was trying to observe with like a control, you know, scientifically. Yep. The potency of alkaline dots are increased by 50%. Okay. Yep. And then these guys with this gear on, they want to go do PvP. And then they act like they're good or something. You don't want to duel me? Come on, man. You don't want to duel me? I have fully customized gear, buddy. That sucks. So this right here is like a template of what good gear looks like. Because this is the gear that drops from the thing, and it's just in general. You know, cooldown reduction, health, enchanted ward, nothing very specific, but you can customize it. And that's the goal. But to even get your foot in the door, it's hard. The problem here is that you can't customize this stuff, and it's really random. But if you do the, if you get enough doubloons over time, you'll be exposed to enough different gear that you might get what you want. And even though it's not customizable, it's still okay. I need one more piece of cooldown gear. I don't like that thorny reflection thing. Okay.
But line.
Blimey. It just doesn't seem worth it. If I just hit this button here, I bet you I can do it all but like right now, even without the cold protection. It's just a M1, right? Without like the cold protection amulet. I have the fire protection amulet on right now. It's a Gorgon thing that I purchased from the trading post. I just need the same thing, but with ice. I mean, if it's even all that bad. I'm kind of curious, but I don't want to waste their time.
I've been tinkered.
Yeah. Shoot doo doo doo. So I gotta check out my artifacts I have right now, and there might be some item that would be really good for my situation. Just some artifacts are kind of hard to level up, and that can give me some gameplay. Maybe I have an artifact spear or something. I'm able to... Okay, so artifacts are sort of... they're in a piece of gear you're able to upgrade that does not come from the raid. And customize. Oh, man. Jeez. All right. All right, I'm back to the chat. Wow. Good thing I kept the chat dialogue closed. My goodness. You see what we did there, Trip? That's your fault. Your fault. Playing games. Creating an atmosphere of toxicity. You think it's funny to cause a reaction. Let's see the reaction. Let's do it more. You know? Your fault. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah. Alright. This guy's spazzing out in the chat box, writing paragraphs of hatred. Goodness. Goodness, people. Okay, well, it's getting late, and I have a few things to do. Luckily, I've already refined everything. But I'm just setting up for the future, trying to figure out what I have to do. It just doesn't seem all that lucrative for the mutated dungeons. Okay? Doesn't seem that great. Besides the weekly or the daily bonus of 2,000 gold. And it's more of a hardy challenge. Maybe the individual loot drops off the enemies are slightly better. I gotta run it a couple times. Maybe I'll figure out why it's worth doing beyond the loot table. Maybe. It's a whole lot of game in front of me. It's gonna be terrible. Okay. Yeah, and I have to look through my artifacts to see if I have anything that's worth using. The problem is the artifacts don't even tell you what their perks do until you, like, have them equipped and then you look at them, you know. Otherwise, all the perks are just hidden things. Well, for example, I can't even see what's going on here because it'll say... Well, that one says something. Only because I have that active as a quest. This is really hard. I gotta kill the worm, kill Avarice, you know, the Ice Garden and the Winter Forge. That's ridiculous. The pants weren't that bad. A bunch of these items aren't that bad. I'm gonna get my backbone down. I'm not talking to you, Shady Problems. I'm ignoring your existence. I'm live on Facebook, YouTube, and X. Okay, buddy? And people watch me all the time. For years. I'm sorry if you're brand new here. No. It's been the same. It's always the same. These sort of things happen all the time. With people. You know? People, I think it's like it's an issue with people with really wanting control, and it's like a, you know. Imagine watching Bob Ross, The Joy of Painting, and then trying to give him advice about how to paint, even if you've attended paint school for 25 years. Okay? Even if Bob Ross is basically a novice, speaking to novices about how to have fun painting and how to enjoy your happy little mistakes. And then someone comes along and saying you gotta use a certain paintbrush and how to hold the paintbrush and how to cleanse the paintbrush with the right solvent and so forth. And Bob Ross says, you know, he has his own style, it's okay, you don't gotta tell me anything. The person keeps on doing it, you know, about what paint colors would work well together. And he says, no, I use phthalo blue and I use canary yellow. It's part of my trademark, you know. It's like exploring and use the stippling brush and the paint knife. And then the person in the audience takes offense because Bob Ross doesn't want their advice. Can you imagine that? The person in the audience takes offense because Bob Ross won't listen to him, and you know. But I understand, you know, it's not coming from a place of hatred on their side. They're actually trying to help you. But usually when a person helps somebody, it's because they're trying to, you know, it's about themselves, really. All the time. But you can work with that. You can play with that. On the receiving end, a person wants to be helpful to feel valuable, you know? To feel seen. But the whole point of like my overall stream is to figure things out. The motto of my channel, as you see on my coffee cup, it's failure is growth, success is stagnation. The Gooboberti way. It's my actual slogan here. Failure is growth, success is stagnation. So if that is if you're even listening anymore, I'm like in hatred zone now. This guy is in La La Land. I lit some fuse under this random person's flimflam, and I was going nuts. Look, I personally do not want any help. And I say it nice and simply, that it's better if I fail a bunch of times before winning. You know? I don't want to know about the thing around the corner. I got a problem with that. That's kind of weird that you have a problem that I don't want to know what's around the corner. You know, or about what the best build combination is. And I don't want to look at YouTube videos about how to do something before I do it. You shouldn't have a problem with that. That's sort of the value of my channel, that I'm trying to keep it clean. And so you can observe how understandable something is within the context of the game. Like I said before about the developer's perspective. A well-made game should be understandable within the confines of the game. Through visual clues and whatnot. You shouldn't have to read some guide on the side. You shouldn't have to have some pre-perfected meta build to solve something. You know, you just gotta test the waters and see how you gotta adjust, but that was a weird one on that boss fight, like the big salt pillars and or whatever they were. You gotta mine them, black shards. I was trying to figure it out. Yeah. Through the context. It's sort of like in Elden Ring, it's not as technical. You gotta watch the guy, but eventually you figure out exactly how the boss moves. I don't think this is Elden Ring level of dodging action, you know? That guy was talking about like, rips his leg, you wanna dodge. Okay. Leaves him open to attack. It should be kinda obvious on these things. I was trying to watch how he moved. He was kinda moving all funky like. And everything. It's more exciting that way. And if there's ever a game that involves a puzzle, I don't want the audience ever telling me how to solve the puzzle. You know? Don't you think that's normal? To not want the audience to tell you how to solve the puzzle? And if they do tell you how to solve the puzzle, isn't that bad? You know? If you're playing like a Tomb Raider game where there's a puzzle, move the red ruby into the statue's eye socket and then flip the switch. You should find joy in seeing the person figure it out. And if a person says, the ruby's behind the wall, that you put the ruby in the eye socket. Why'd you say that? You know what I mean? Because you want people to know that you know the answer? This is my perspective here. If you're still listening to me. You're still ranting over there? The guy's freaking out in the chat box.
Unbelievable.
Jeez. Okay, moving on. Oh, he's still talking. He's writing whole sentences. I see it out of the corner of my eye, but I'm not actually reading the words. Just so you know, buddy, I'm not actually reading the words. You're wasting time. I'm gonna wait until it's all over and then just move on. No, I really want to figure things out, and I'm trying to demonstrate the method of figuring things out and exploring and trying things that don't work until they work, and then finding joy in figuring things out in the future. Even if the people in the audience know the answer, they have to have, you know, self-control and some respect to not blurt out things, you know? That's all. You got a weirdo problem with that? And it's pretty weird you got a problem with that. That's the whole thing. You got to figure it out within the context and, you know, have some trial and error. Some analogy I give is if there's a game involving chopping down a bunch of trees, and you're using like a rickety hatchet with a wobbly head, and it sucks, but it works, and you're chopping down a bunch of trees, and then eventually you find out that behind some shed there's a chainsaw, I'd rather find that chainsaw later than earlier, you know? Because in the process of using the bad axe, it takes longer to chop down each tree, and you run into issues, and you have to sort of master the tree chopping process before it's one shot. Just like if you're weak versus enemies, if it takes longer to kill an enemy, it requires more mechanics. So it's better if it takes longer. And that's across the board with any game and any mechanic in the longer it takes, the more mistakes you make, the better. Yeah, no? I'm sure you got a problem with that. You still ranting over there? Yeah. Words? One thing's for certain, you're still watching my channel. You're still here and you're still watching. You're acting like it upsets you, but hey, you're still here. Yeah. Just not for the right reasons, necessarily. Okay, so right now I'm running through these dailies over here in Cutlass Keys. Buy my stuff. I have enough stockpiled. It really is a shame about the gear situation. You know? I have to, well, it has to be named. And it says named, and it has a nice border when it is named. Yeah? Awesome. Okay. Gotta kill this cat around the corner. It really is a nice situation here with Cutlass Keys. This in-game cycle. You're supposed to do it a lot. A whole lot. I like that they give you so many doubloons. It's relatively easy overall. Okay, I'll come back to the cat in just a second. The cat is dead. Be careful here. Woo! Oh boy. Jeez. What is this guy even talking about? I looked over at the thing, the last couple messages you wrote. Man, this guy's certifiable. Goodness. Imagine having that much emotion about some streamer. You know? And writing multiple messages in a row. And just hanging out for a bit and just going on and on and on. Just typing away. Expressing how you feel about somebody. That's weird. Yep. Using foul language too. Can you imagine? I don't know what you wrote. The last two things, yeah, because I am the bully now, not you. You wrote the word beach as in B-E-A-C-H, but spelled the bad way. You know? I don't know what you're talking about. It's funny that you're still here, too. But here we go. What are you talking about? You're being weird. I read, come on, big boy, comma. What are you talking about? Trying to, like, antagonize and be weird? Did you get into bar fights with people? Oh, you're talking a lot of trash before now, buddy. Meet me in the parking lot. What are you talking about, buddy? Just stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It's weird. Is it worse if I call you weird? You know? Because you're being weird. The more you stay and continue, as the minutes pass by, the weirder it gets. As the minutes pass by and you stay in the chat box writing things, the weirder it gets. This is a fact of reality. The longer you stay and write more things in the chat box, the weirder it gets, buddy. You know, they're still here writing things. Really weird. Oh man, can't handle conversations. Just shut up your chat box. Yeah, this is all good training and well. Good training for movement and timing and aiming. This content. We're waiting on these waves of bad guys to show up. I'm supposed to watch Peacemaker. He's still writing things. Everybody. He's trying to figure out ways to upset me. Maybe if I write these combination of words. You must have had no friends growing up when you were in the playground, sitting under the tree eating your sandwich alone. That got him. Yeah, I get it. I understand. Why do you keep repeating yourself and writing the same thing and you're still here in my chat box giving me view time on YouTube? What are you doing? Maybe he likes that I'm talking about him. That's probably it. It's like a narcissism thing. I got it. It's a narcissism thing. Let me stop feeding the troll. Let me just, I'll play some music and then I'll stop feeding him. He likes that I'm talking about him. That's where it is. It's like a little gremlin guy. You know what I mean? He likes it. Obviously. Oh! Here, I'll play some songs for you. Right now. Yeah.
Walking these dusty streets, boots creaking low, sun beating down with a fierce glow. Spot a cart brimming with lemons, yellow and bright. Sparks of wild thought in the midday light. How many pulp lemons, mashed fine skin and seed could you fit in a horse if your hollow didn't beat? Not just the belly, but legs, face and tail. Every nook empty like a ghost on the trail.
Oh, how many lemons can we fit inside a hollow horse with the pulp to bite? From cavity vast to lemon share, we'll count 'em up with flair and care.
1700, that's mere start. Hologram horse claims an down, the fires glow. About 1750 lemons, all in a row. They figured the horse, its belly and chest, but reckon that number ain't the best. Maybe lemons small or packed real tight. Missed some parts in the campfire light. Counting just the body, lungs, and gut and play. About 2,000 lemons could fit that way. That old song's all lowballing the score. There's surely room for more.
How many lemons can we fit inside a hollow horse with pulp to bite? From cavity vast to lemon share.
We'll count 'em up now with deeper stare. 1,750 or so. Nah, it's more as the volumes grow. Pushing the limits, breaking the mold. How many more can this horse hold? Hold on now, the carry's grander yet. Entire horse hollowed, no regret. From nose to rump, legs like empty boots. Head a cavern, tail a flute. Average horse, big and strong inside.
Yeah.
Near 4,000 lemons in that hide. Hollowed to a shell, whisper thin. Citrus flowing like a river within. That old cow was for the belly alone, but the whole beast claims a bigger throne.
Okay. Up the stairs, Biddy.
Now ponder the lemons, what they truly are. Not just fruit pulp from near or far. Holographic principle weaves the tale. Boundary encodes the whole without fail. Each lemon's essence on its skin so fine. Projects the volume into quantum design. Superposition holds them in states untold. Multiple forms in one, bold and cold. As a single entity, quantum through and through. Influenced by neighbors, interactions accrue. Over time they entwine in adjacent dance. Inertial paths shaped by circumstance. Not separate bits, but a unified field. Lemons superposed, their secrets revealed. Infinite potentials in that citrus sphere. How many fit? The answer's clear. It's here. Pause and stare at the sky so vast. What is reality? Holding fast. Holographic twist, profound and sly. Boundaries the info, no need to pry. Skinning codes all in 2D gleam. Volumes illusion, a holographic dream. Superposition, swirl states in play. All possible forms, night and day. Past and future in the surface chain. Every possibility, no restraint. So lemons infinite, and theories hold. Superposed wonders, stories untold. Ain't just matter, projection so grand. Boundary rules in this cosmic land. Old counts crumble like dust in the wind. In this quantum corral, the infinity spin. Simple tally guess, the space so neat. Counted lemons quick, an easy feat. But digging deeper, question the core. How they land on 1750 before. Maybe smaller breed, or lemons mashed tight. Forgot the legs in the dead of night. Math the lines of bellies, trim and sweet. About 1750 lemons in that seat. Before the full beast, universe's view. Boundless potential, lemons anew. Chuckle low, tip a hat to the steed. Ain't just lemons, it's the quantum seed.
Awesome. So far, so good. I don't know if I'll complete all these. This is the second stream of the day. I was already live for 12 hours before this, by the way. I got some stuff done. I got my refining done, all that. I got everything done. I tried out the raid, that's good. I got exposed to it. I just gotta think, is it worth it to do the expedition? I don't know. How are you? Thank you, and then two more. I'm gonna head on down to where the boss is. Right around the corner. Okay, let's go find this dude.
Back to the beaches, dangers in wait. Chop, 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 can't hesitate. Bananas in clusters, falling so grand. I chop down palms with a steady hand, evading the hazards that storm through the night. Waves from the depths chasing me in flight. One wrong move and they'll drag you down, but I'll run them all in this coastal town. Loading up the satchels till I can't no more. Dreaming of the coin that I got
Okay, that's done.
through sandy trails to towns far and wide. I haul my bananas with the trader's pride. Pick low tax ports where my profits won't crash. Banana man's bananas get sold in a flash. At the trading post, deals come alive. Buy low, sell high. That's how we thrive. I'm the banana man, king of the trade. Set what you pay, make the seller sway. Banana man, I lead the way. Ripe deals I seize with Chippity chop chop.
Beautiful.
Holes in each pot you pick. Fees very wild.
Easy peasy.
Some thick rulers.
And now 4 bobcats. I think I'll just finish this lower half. And then maybe do some sophist. I'm sort of out of scrap, so I might head on by sophist. I got everything else done though. Yep, I got the gems done at the end, you know. Got these extra gems on me I'll be rotating through. It's all good. I've been live for almost 4 hours here. But 16 hours, you know. All that chaos happened. Beautiful. Let me check this out for a second. All right. Yep. All right, that's done. Yeah. All done. All done. Yeah, I'll just hit on by Sophis. Yeah. Yeah.
One last sprint to the shore, axe cuts through the air, chopping more bananas, not for rivals to spare. Waves roar loud, but I'm swift as can be, stocking my satchels to beat the trade spree. First to the post, I'll set prices that soar. Banana Man's haul leaves them begging for more. Teach the trade in post, deals come alive by low, sell high. That's how we thrive, the Banana Man, king of
All right.
set what you'll pay, make the seller sway. Banana Man, I lead the way, right deals I seize with the chop.
All done, everybody. Almost. I don't think Sophis is running.
I'm the Banana Man.
All right. There we go. I blocked him. All right, I'm back to the music. I had to block him. I didn't read anything that he wrote as well, so that's cool. And all of his comments are hidden. So he wasted all that time. Isn't that hilarious? I didn't read his comments, and he was just writing away furiously. It's because he is like a raging narcissist. Okay. So, from my experience, imagine a person calls Bob Ross a narcissist for not taking the advice of the person in the audience. But my question is, why does the person in the audience want to give advice? Because they're the narcissist. Why are they getting mad? You know? About it. You don't value my opinion? You know what I mean? This is the Gooboberti channel. So I am the driver, and the leader, and the brain, and the perspective, and the way. Okay? And I am sort of a caricature of myself. Alright? Hence the coffee cup saying failure is growth, success is stagnation. And I cannot accept information from people. Sometimes I let it pass, you know? I don't want to scare them off too soon. Then I let them know that they shouldn't do it eventually. And I try to share my overall perspective and make it sound fun. But then they usually keep doing it. And it's usually, they find a way to do it indirectly by talking about what they're doing. You know? They're not giving you advice, they're just talking about what they're doing. Or what they just did. You know? Sort of thing. It's like showing up to the Bob Ross show saying, yeah, hey there, Bob, I just finished painting up a nice diorama of the grand mural and the entire side of the building using the stipple paints. How you doing out there with your watercolors? Yeah, I used to do that a long time ago. Have you tried using these paints? It'll help you out quite a bit. Yeah, I've been in the same spot. The paint's thickening out pretty quickly under exposed to air. You might have put a cover on the paint lid there. Have you thought about using a different paint thinner? With mineral oil. It makes the paint shine. You know? And that's all. They're just there to, like, help. Like, they're above the person sitting on a tower, drinking a cup of coffee, analyzing and looking for holes. You know? So, like, they're just looking for holes and opportunities to provide advice. They're looking for moments to say, hey, you missed a spot. I used to miss a spot. The spot's over there. Hey, you missed a spot. I used to miss a spot. The spot's right over there. I have a lot of spots in my corner. A whole lot of them. A whole suitcase full of spots. You know? But then, if I cut you off, then you can't be that helpful person that people like. You're that helpful person that people like in the chat box? And usually I figure that people are wrong. I just don't know why they're wrong. That there's a better answer, that there's a broader answer. And I don't want their words poisoning my perspective by telling me how things are. When I feel like they're probably wrong about it in some way that I don't know, because I'm not experienced enough. And then whenever I do know, it turns into a back and forth. Like, don't you mean this? And they say, yeah, well, technically you're right about that, but I mean overall. But overall, don't you mean this? Oh yeah, well, I guess you're right. Is how it ends, as opposed to just me saying, uh-huh. What do I do with the build? With what perks? Yeah. Now, I see people in the chat there, in the in-game chat, asking for very specific roles. Sword and shield, bleed and evade. And I'm guessing because there's different stacks of damage for the ideal amount. Maybe if the boss takes enough damage over a certain time period, he collapses and becomes runnable, and you have to have enough with these different sources, or if there's enough stacks of dots. I mean, it's about the dots. It's about ramping. Oh, it's about the dots. It's about the dots, right? It's about the dots. Because the gear said, if you shoot a target with a dot, then the dot increases or something, right? But the dot doesn't have to be yours. So you enhance your teammate's dot? Does the dot enhancement stack? I'm just talking to myself. But if the gear is talking about stacking dots, and the boss is a tank, he's a tank for a reason. Like, he's a bullet sponge for a reason, because they want you to find a way to ramp up the damage. You know? By activating all this extra layers of damage so that it's a visible increase with the life bar going down. By activating in power. And then a bunch of damage over time from different sources. No. In Diablo, you have different ways to increase your damage to the point where you're doing like quintillion amount of damage by just boosting up the different sources of damage. Like damage versus bleeding, damage versus crowd control, damage versus close enemies, damage versus, you know, there's different layers of that. This game isn't entirely like that, but it's kind of like that a little bit, but not really at all. I'm just wondering if it is like that with the stacked different sources of debuffs from different players. It's so weird that they're asking for very specific, you know, roles. Are they doing it right now? You know, they ask for, you know, it's weird. they're not just asking for you to link the gear and experience and make sure you got the flim-flam. They want to make sure that they have. It's not just we need this many DPS. It's or we need a melee DPS and a range DPS. It's a very specific damage type. Is there a rend thing as well? So I'm just thinking about different builds that focus on increasing the dot of a different type as much as possible. And that's what they're focused on, because you can't focus on everything. And then you have different people focusing on ramping up specific things as much as possible. Perhaps. Yes, I'm sure there's a entire composition situation, but you shouldn't need it. But I guess that like I'm theorizing correctly, you're one person's able to really focus on one type of thing, like enhance weaken, like rend or something, bleed. I'm a bleed build, and really enhance that. And then this guy's a bleed, and that guy's this and that, and they're all stacking on as many debuffs as possible, and maintaining them, and then they're all multiplying. Well, how'd the first group figure it out? You know what I mean? How'd the first group figure it out? You don't need it, it just makes it better. And that's optimal. And then people want to go for the optimal. You should go for the doable. But I'm wondering if it's needed. I'm not asking you, and I don't want the answer, okay? Stop it. Stop it. Trip. Ruining everything. Never do that ever again. Okay? Ever telling me about some perk that does something for my spear. You know what I mean? So now 3 weeks down the line when I see that perk, I'll think, oh yeah, that's the thing that this guy told me about. And I'll think that he's the reason why I'm doing it, so you get the credit for me using some perk that's obvious. So don't do it. Otherwise I won't, like, announce my thoughts of what I'm thinking about here, if you're going to be filling in the gaps. So do we have to keep talking about this freaking subject forever? You don't know how to talk about something without talking about something? You could talk about something without giving me the freaking answers. Come on. You don't know? Act like you've never played the game before, or something. If I say, I'm wondering, but I don't know the answer, I'm just trying to theorize. I don't want a person to say, you're right, it's actually this, this, and this. And for you specifically, it's this specific. Why would you do that after we talked about this for the past hour? It's craziness. Craziness. I know it's general knowledge. Everything's general knowledge. Understand? If a person comes to my stream and they ask how to do something, and I say, yeah, the game's about this and this, and if I say, yeah, it's general knowledge because you can find it on the internet and go to the website and read how the game works. Yeah, when you play the game, it's general knowledge. Yeah, if you read all the perks. Everything's general knowledge. Right? Okay. Anyways, I wasn't really finishing this mission. I was just over here. But that's probably starting tomorrow if I start before 5 a.m., which I don't think I will because it's kind of late. Nope. No. Nope. Some people stay silent until it's time to correct me or until it's time to provide information additional to what I'm saying. You know? I want you to say, no, I don't want to say anything. I want you to not say something. Like, for example, earlier when I was in the thing and the guy, I won't say anything, him saying, this is puzzle room 1. That says too much, because that means there's puzzle room 2. Okay? That means there's puzzle room 2. That's too much. You have to act like you haven't done it already. Is that so hard? You can say, oh, this is exciting. Let me grab my popcorn. There's things you can say that involve not giving the answer. Goodness gracious. Are people messed up? Is it the aluminum in the deodorant? But I'm done now with the stream. Okay. And I have some stuff to do tomorrow, so it's going to be kind of weird with the stream timing. I'm not going to be live for 1,000,000 hours tomorrow. I'll be live for some amount of time. Right in the heart. Right in the Blarney Stone. Okay. I hope we've all learned something. Acceleration. Goodbye. Oh wait, I should go turn the stuff in. Because what if I wake up after 5 a.m.? What if I wake up after 5 a.m.? You know? What if I wake up after 5 a.m.? I gotta turn these quests in. sanctuary point. Okay.
You brought my pen!
Look, I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm holding true to that. That person was weird for writing so much negative stuff. It's really weird. Okay, I haven't used any bad words. I call people maybe a big pile of garbage or something. I don't use bad words. You know, I could be. Imagine if I used bad words. If I was like actually angry, yelling, and so forth. Wouldn't that be weird? I'm just telling ya, I don't want help because I think it spoils the fun and it spoils the mystery and the adventure. I know it's frustrating from your perspective if you know the answer and you see me struggling and you're doing it from a place of generosity and niceness, okay? And for me to reject your offer of help might seem mean because you're doing it to be nice, okay? But I don't see it that way. I'm telling you, I think it ruins things if you try to help me. And that I learn more through failure. And that demonstrating the failure is better over time because it shows the growth process. Even if it takes a while. You know, so I try to avoid looking things up. I do not want to watch a YouTube video about how to do something. It's ridiculous. You've got to like try other things that are similar, you know, and you work your way up the ladder of harder and harder content of similar things, similar hardness, and you try to push yourself in really hard content out there in the world, and whenever it gets easier, you say, you know what, I think I can handle this again. You could go give it a shot, you know? And I don't know the darn specifics of certain technical details that I wish I knew that I'll learn over time. Like how many stacks of a deep... I'm not asking you to question people. And I look down on you if you try to answer it, because I know that it's just about wanting a pat in the back. You know that I don't want the answer. You know what I mean? So you're not helping me. So who are you helping? Think about it. It's just so that other people in the chat know that you know the answer. You know? And that's how I visualize it or view it. If a person is blah, blah, blah. You know. I don't want to know. It'd be fun. Figure it out over time. You know? But these are the questions I'm thinking about and things I'm looking at. You know? When a group fights a bad guy, how many debuffs are on that bad guy? How quickly does your life go down? I have to observe these things during my next ECR. Like in Merc, I need to observe these larger bad guys and how the life goes down and how the debuffs stack up, you know? I gotta observe that. And I'll be reading more of these perks because that boss had a lot of life. And he's way larger than I ever thought he'd be. I had no idea it would look like that. I thought it was going to be a boss in a room. It was pretty awesome. It was like Elden Ring. Some gigantic, horrible beast that isn't like any other beast in the game. Like some original thing. That's weird. I thought it'd be like just a larger version of something, you know? Life wasn't going down all that quickly. And he probably, I'm thinking he probably, don't tell me. He probably, I bet you armor penetration is probably pretty important. Like, armor penetration. He's made of like stone or something. It's Gorgon land, so probably armor penetration. Like, my damage wasn't really getting through. Stuff like that. You really have to max it out. It's not just about raw numbers here. You have to go over a certain threshold. A lot of room to go. There's ways to do this stuff. You know? There's ways. I don't like that people have already figured it out. That they think that they know that there is the way. And then everyone's just feasting off of that same knowledge. It's almost a secret. It's almost a secret. I'm thinking I can have slightly worse gear, but with the right perks and have you be better than this gear. I can have gear at level 700 be better than... I can have a set of gear at level 700 be better than my average 721 stuff. Could it be customized? I have a bunch of loosey-goosey perks here because I'm dealing with the random well. All this gear is the gold curse stuff, but you know, it's generally okay. You know, cooldown reduction, health, luck, the potion thing, enchanted ward, sure. Vigor, but only one stack of that. You really have to go all the way with these things and really focus it down. Physical aversion, shrieking fortification, you know. And I'll talk about that heart rune for the stone form. Oh. How do you get the gold cursed items? Fantastic question. If you're listening, everybody, in this game there's something called doubloons, and you get them from doing daily activities here in Cutlass Keys. You get like 35 doubloons per daily quest. You saw me just turn a bunch. I got 35 each time. Right now I have, oh, yeah, sorry, 2,686 doubloons. You also get doubloons by looting stuff in the free-for-all zone, okay? And by going through the elite zone here and looting the boxes. The boxes have the coin. Yeehaw. The elite chest, right? Or whatever. But over here, all the boxes have a coin, and you get a lot. You can purchase a key that opens up a chest on the outside of the zone that gives you about 500 coins. You spend the coins at the Well of Fortune here in the Spyglass Ridge town. Okay? Right over here at the Well of Fortune. Okay? And it's relatively cheap. It costs 250, which is like nothing, to get a piece of armor, and 375, which is like nothing, to get a weapon. Okay? And it's quite often level 725, but it's random. So for example, let's go for a new boot. Okay? And let's just make sure it's nice and Constitution. Let's lock it in as Constitution. I'll go ahead and do it right now. Let's do it right now. I'll demonstrate. Because my current boot isn't the best, and it's only 700. So let's go for boot. I'll do it one time. I'll do it twice. Because it could be light, medium, or heavy, you know? And the perk is random. But it's 7... that's what I'm saying. The game made it way too easy to, get good gear. Well, my ring is amazing. The leeching and the hardy and the critical awareness. Yep. And I got it from the gold curse thing. And the earring too. Earring's okay. It's bad stats. But check this out. You see, it has a darn flail perk on it. It has lightning damage, that's good. So I can use this in an anti-ancient build because it's for the flail and it has lightning damage and it has health. So I'll keep that, and it's medium. I'll try it out when I fight some ancients. Medium, constitution, physical aversion, health, and freedom. Okay, let's use these. And 723. Yay. See? Easy peasy. The game it's too easy to get certain gear. That's an improvement. You see, before I had 7 shirking fortification. It had luck on it. A 2% nature damage. I think I'll still keep it on the side for an alternate luck build. I'm gonna have to get some rune glass in here, but I'll use this one instead. Bloop. I'll keep this one. It's too easy. And what was that? I'm gonna go for a dexterity. Let's set this to dexterity and see if I can get some jewelry. Maybe I can get an earring. I'm gonna buy it one time. See, I thought you were talking about the coconuts here. You see the coconut? You can also spend a coconut and a whole lot of doubloons to buy a better piece of gear. But of course, it's for upgrading things. So the trinket here is, well, it's not that bad. Let's go for 3. Oh boy. This is a good healing ring. Isn't this a good ring there? Anon, look, leeching with refreshing and sacred for 9.5% outgoing healing. But it has dexterity on it. Oh no. Oh no. That's fine. Amulet. Ooh. Well, nature damage protection. I'll save that for the appropriate dungeon. You know? Where they deal nature damage. If there is a modifier. And I'm looking for, well, strength? What the heck, man? I want dexterity. Or constitution. Alright, close. I mean, minus the dexterity part. I should just have this set to constitution. But I really want a dexterity version. I really want a dexterity version. Let's just go for 3 more. Hello. Okay. Empowered for the empower to last longer, health, and shirking empower in PvP only. You. The same exact thing. Player kills grants a stack and 2% damage boost. It lasts 2 minutes until the death or the game mode transition. Max 10 stacks. That's amazing. What the heck? That exists? There's some dude just running around with 20% extra damage. That's nonsense. I didn't know that existed. PvP only. Player kills grant a stacking 2% damage bonus that lasts 2 minutes until death. You know? Max 10 stacks. Is someone just like nuking people nuking people. Come on. I see you. How about 2 more? When my health drops below 50%, all my active ability cooldowns are reset. Cooldown. And my empower lasts longer. Oh, and it has... and it has the cooldown. Oh. I was trying to find some extra cooldown stuff. Hardy, health, whatever. Whatever, buddy. Now, what am I currently using? This thing? Well... I was trying to see how much life I would lose. It's pretty good, you know. Sort of. Besides the stats. But whatever. I'm potion drink, gaining power, and then my consumable cooldown is reduced. Whatever. How come my earrings always have weird stats on them? So terrible. I only got one earring. It was had strength on it. No. Yeah. Okay, well, let me go ahead and keep this. And I'll keep this. That's pretty good too. PvP only. Get out of here. PvP only. Nature. I'll keep all of those besides you. Goodbye. No. Oh. I'll keep you too. Alright, cool. Now I want to save this loadout. I know I have no doubloons left. But that gives me something to do. I did that on purpose. You know? It's a good thing. I like to run out of things so I have more. You know? It increases the value, so I have a reason to get more. And I can appreciate how much I'm getting. And I can get thousands before you know it. So I'm going to put this, I'm going to save this right here. This is the... You know, this is pretty good. I mean, I don't like the fact that it says arcane anymore. I had that because I was trying to enhance my arcane for killing corrupted. But it just had the penetrating rapid shot on it for 21% armor penetration of all rapid shot attacks. Plus 21% is pretty good. I feel like it does a lot of damage, you know? And now it's going to do less damage. Now I'll know it does less damage. And my life goes down. That's fine. That's fine. Well, I could do that one. That one has health on it. Empowered lasts longer. I like that cooldown reset thing. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Health, 4.5% less damage from ranged physical attacks. Arrows. And reduce the duration of burn. It's kinda lame. But that's only 30. Yeah. You want that perk for PvP? Which one? The Empower thing? After dodging, you gain Empower? Or that one? That you're looking for that effect? Oh, health empowered shuriken. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's pretty good. Whenever I buy a new loadout, but I just don't want to use this if it's not in PvP. You know what I mean? It's sort of a waste of a slot there. That's why I don't want to get rid of it. I need a whole nother loadout just for PvP, because there's certain perks like this on my chest. It's a waste. Taking a critical hit will reflect nature damage back to the target equal to 7% of my weapon damage and reduce the attacker's critical chance by 10% for 3 seconds. That's pretty good, you know, as a PvP perk. But it's a waste otherwise. I just don't have any other options. It has Enchanted Ward on it, you know. I mean, I might have another option. I probably do. But I already put the rune glass in there. Okay, shoe. I'll leave that socket open. And we'll do more of this tomorrow. I have to watch... I gotta watch my stuff tomorrow. Or tonight. Before going to bed. I gotta watch Peacemaker. Okay, well that's it, huh? So I'm going to... Fine, I just won't use that. I just won't use that attack then. I'll use the thing that shoots me backwards. Okay? I just won't use that attack. I don't want to, feel like I'm missing out. So I'll just remove the entire ability. So I'm going to now save this. Yep. Goodbye now. No hard feelings. Unless you deserve it. So earlier in the in-game chat, after Cutlass Keys, somebody asked where to next, and I wrote Merc. And then in raid chat, I wrote Merc, and then afterward, I wrote, it's the same order every day for the past couple months, And then someone else said, well, I haven't played for the last couple months, and someone else is like, but I'm brand new here, so I don't know how it used to be. And then they didn't catch that I didn't. They thought I didn't write the Merc part. They thought I was being like sarcastic or something. I was trying to be helpful by providing more information by saying, expect this tomorrow. And that this is an actual like certified run that is official that we've been doing as a machine for the past. This is a good run. That's what I was trying to say, not like the same thing has been every day. You haven't been here? That wasn't what I was trying to say. It was a complete misunderstanding. What the heck? Like this person in the chat, I don't know, complete misunderstanding. Craziness. Misunderstanding. Dude said I don't like to help people. Well, no, he said I don't like when people help me. Yes, I hate when people help me. Correct about that. I really enjoy helping other people. I thought he said I don't like helping other people. I would love if everybody watching the stream were like brand new at the game, or if they're teetering on the edge of thinking about buying the game, and my job is to sell them the game, So my goal, without making money, of course, but my goal is usually to act like I'm selling a game I'm playing, to make a game sound really interesting, full of details, and where every little factor is really cool, and everything that you're doing is really important. But if I'm speaking to endgame players, it seems like everything I'm doing is not needed as much. If I'm speaking to new people, it seems like everything I'm doing is super awesome and super important for endgame prosperity. That's the vibe I get. Okay, we have 100 pounds of garbage. What a shame. I'll put the gold over here. I gotta price these things as well. I bet you that's expensive. I'm just kind of curious. Let's find out how much that goes for. The vial of healing water. What? What? I bet you that's expensive. So the sell order must be huge. If it's 4.2 thousand for this stupid little mod. That's why I check, because it looks good. On heals, excluding consumables and life steals for 6 seconds. Heal target for 8 to 16% weapon damage each second. So it's like an extra heal on top of the heal. You know? Jeez. What other gems do I got in that bad boy? Probably got some other weirdo mods. That was this right here. It was purple after all. How much is adamant worth? Or the hardened crystal? See, what the heck? Be consistent, punks. $10. It's just some jerk pricing things. You know? Somebody bought them out and I don't know. Yep. So I'm about to leave. Was I invited already? I was. I better go. I better go. I'm over here not in the thing. Alright, so I need to... I still don't know if mutated dungeons are worth it. Like, why do you... Is this for the random, for the $1,000? Doesn't seem worth it. Well, what I have to do is grind. So, as we've seen, you get some pretty good stuff from that Well of Fortune. It just requires a whole lot of flimflam. But we've also seen it's really easy to get it's really easy and fun and exciting to get the gold bullion or to get the doubloon. Okay? It's really worth it to farm 500 doubloons every so often here and there, dipping around. Not just about the coconut, you know. Whatever, and then getting stuff. Just pretty good. Okay. Well, goodbye, buddy. I gotta watch this television program. So in this spot, I just hang out here and then I just wiggle my character back and forth. The loot will stay there for 3 minutes before it despawns, you know? Or roughly. And if I'm in this raid, everyone's tagging stuff and then you get a bunch of loot for scrapping purposes, and I turn that into crafting proficiency. And so forth. And I recently ran out and I turned that into prismatic. But now I have a nice stack of everything. But we're good to go, so I'll catch you later, everybody. I'm gonna watch a show and go to bed. Goodbye. Thank you for sticking through to the end there, Anon. I take away 2 strikes. You're now down to 0.75 strikes. You're at the edge there, buddy. You're now down to 0.75 of 1 strike. 2 strikes removed.